Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today, I've slept well. I've had a good morning. We're going to do some dev. That's where we're at. Feels good today. I feel rejuvenated after a good sleep. Had a good chat with my friend Mike about game dev and some future prospects. And I'm just psyched to be putting the final touches on this system. I was working on it last night. I want to introduce more of it to you. And thankfully, we're not really solving problems, so I don't need to bring you all along this journey much further. Let's do it. Welcome everybody in chat. We've got Crick, Ed Conkey here, Javine is here. We've got nobody come in on YouTube just yet. If there is anybody on YouTube, say hi. Hi in advance to those of you watching in the VOD. So, scheduling system, timeline implementation, that's what we're doing. What this means is I've got these features here and I want to be able to like add them to the timeline. So we've got a schedule track, we've got a schedule clip type, and we've got a wrapper for the state. And I'm pretty sure this is like the minimum size thing. We were doing some work yesterday to do with deciding kind of like what next steps this need to be. So maybe we'll do like a quick rundown of like where we're at with the system and just make sure that we're actually on the right path. So there were a few things. Let's just like do a bit of a round tour. So I'm building this system. It's got to do a little bit. It's got to sort of do two jobs. One of those jobs is to basically allow me to structure a bunch of events that need to happen in a certain order at a time. Another is for at runtime things to assemble themselves into structures like that. So some sort of queue state machine system. We decided that the classes themselves that make up the actual states, these assemblable states, are going to be non-mono behavior classes. They're just classes, and the intended use is for things in the game to sort of have these classes as well, the classes are compositional. They have like specific functions. They do one job each, and they can be composed into a list of things that's like a schedule. And then those schedules can be put in mono behaviors that run the schedules, and then referenced by classes in the game to do specific things at specific times, or composed further. So the atom, the smallest thing here is a state class, which is just inherits from nothing except the state abstract class. And we've decided that this tree, the life cycle of one of these structures is essentially one single use. So like if you want to build out one of these things, the structure is evident in the code, but it's not resolvable until the tree is assembled, which happens when the instance is created. So like when it's needed, it assembles itself. That's the point. So the construction of it is what you get when you need to traverse it. It doesn't assemble itself like kind of ahead of time, or at least you can sort of queue it up. And then, so this is ready. We were talking about this idea of is ready, where it's like we have a setup where all the instances get built out, and then a validation, and then a run. Now the setup is the validation. And if the object exists, it's validated. That's the idea. So the question of like who assembles the tree, it's like that's no longer relevant because it assembles itself based on its definition. For the editor time side. And then for the runtime side, actually, we will have scenarios where it needs to essentially self-compose, a bunch of different things in a queue. But I think we've just decided that like we do need a global scheduling system. It will require ad hoc queuing that's not explicitly described in some data structure. But we always have the option to create one. That's the benefit of this thing. We now have a workflow for how to schedule things that we've decided need structure. So we graduate from one to the other, and that's fine. So right now, I'm pretty comfortable with this. I'm actually really happy with it, and I don't need any more work, any more guidance. What I want to do is build out these features here so that we can play and run these inside of a timeline editor as subnodes. So the timeline context is an area where, there's a lot of, it's basically a tool for interacting with a sequence with enough granular control that we can control the timing beats of things. These things don't need to be in a timeline, but it's valuable that they can be put inside of one. So that's what I'm working on today. I think the timeline gives us the power to do things like comedic timing, to think about the player's attention span, to have things happening in parallel on top of each other, that kind of thing. So kind of avoiding that like anime issue where all the voice lines get recorded in different booths at different times. And that's also separate from the shots as they're designed. And so there's a lot of breaks where someone will say something, camera cuts, someone says something else, camera cuts. That's basically because of just, I guess, a process that doesn't have the timing baked into its creation. So we're trying to avoid that by having the timeline be a functional component of this process. So I have an issue with serialization. I don't think I've created this correctly. Somehow I've forgotten how to do it. So I'm going to try to fix it. I have serialized a bunch of data in the past, and it's never been an issue. But now I feel like I no longer have the power to do it in the timeline. So I'm going to try to figure out what the hell is going wrong here. I mean, the text dialogue works just fine. So why does the dialogue work? Let's go inspect that. Let's have a look. So we go to here and we go to dialogue clip. So there's this thing where Unity has like a dialogue. It has like clips and it has clip behaviors. The clip is the physical asset that sits, in the timeline. And then the behavior is like a script that describes what happens when the playhead runs over it. So the clip defines a bunch of instance data. In this case, the dialogue clip has it has a behavior. The behavior has our event sequence and a GUID. This GUID gets we need the sequence basically to do anything. And the sequence gets resolved when? It's public. The sequence gets created here. Set dialogue, which gets created here, which is in the setup function in the track editor. So the track injects the instance data into the clips. And that gets created Why is this in the event sequence editor? Oh, this is statically accessible. Okay. When we generate the timeline. Okay. Hey, Aotree, welcome. Thanks for the sub. Okay, I'm not happy with that. I think the Retrobox editor would be a better one. Retrobox clip. So I'm just looking for the naming convention, really. That's all I want to do. So we've got a behavior. Clip caps, duration, behavior, animation. Yeah, that's all fine. So nothing gets assigned here. And then inside of Retrobox clip behavior, how do we assign our animation? So the animation is called sheet. This gets assigned where? We need the left side of this. I don't know where it is. It's just public here inside of the clip behavior. That's kind of what I've done elsewhere. Oh, because it's an asset and not a bindable thing. Ah, this is the problem. I remember now. Okay. This might be novel. I might not have done this before. All right. So the way that these work in Unity is if you provide in the inspector here, right? When I click on something, like let's go to this cutscene down here. Okay, so there's a couple of tracks here. One of them is Armin doing some animations, right? And I've passed the animations directly into the clip, and then the clip knows it knows how to give it a name based on the clip it's been passed in. Basically, because this asset is there as a child of the behavior. So the behavior class instance is sitting here and it's available in the inspector, and it has a public variable called animation, which has got a scriptable object that we threw in there. So it's reading that to write this name. But this is an asset from the project. It's not from the timeline, meaning there's no binding. A binding is when you have some sort of like serialized thing in the scene that then needs to get referenced in the timeline. And a binding is visible in the playable director here. These are the bindings. So it's basically a little connection where it says this scene object is going to be placed in this part of the timeline. Now, what we're building today will need bindings because we're talking about logic that exists on game objects in the scene. So when I create a schedule track and I want to create a new clip that's a schedule clip, the script that's being run here from wherever, that's going to need for us to drag something in explicitly that has some job. It's possible we could define this statically. Hey, Lazy Guru, thank you so much for the 76 months. Oh my gosh. How many years is 76 months? I can't even... 12s? 12 watts of 76. Over 6 years, right? No, almost 6 years. 5.5 years? More than 6. 72 would be 6 years. Wow. Dude, I don't know how you... I'm so grateful to have my community. I'm so grateful for you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm getting emotional. Shut up. So, shut up. So, I need to create a binding where we can pass a scriptable, not a scriptable, an instance of a tree in here. There's a few little quirks, like for example, it would be great if this system could reference the, like I've got an issue here, which is that the context for this, when I talk about the binding, it's not actually that accessible. Like the world graph, the map, the game's map is no, it's fine. It's fine. All right. So this, let's just say, okay, we want a new thing, and it's this reveal point of interest object. Now, right now, that's in the graph, which is in a singleton, and the singleton's going to be gone. So that's not great, but I can create the same thing. I could copy this reveal POI. It doesn't have to be on the graph. It could be just like in the level, and that would have the same effect. So for now, let's just ignore that little wrinkle. Let's just say we've dragged it in from the top hierarchy of the level, doesn't get destroyed on load or anything. And we have the binding, but I need to be able to have the binding be resolved by the time we need to show the name. Because right now I'm getting an error. I'm not sure I've done that before with a bound asset. The other thing that has bindings is the dialogue has bindings for this anchor object. So we can go back to dialogue and we can go to anchor, and it's an exposed reference on the clip behavior. So I could go to the schedule clip behavior and add an exposed reference called for a schedule state behavior called state wrapper. Yes. And then in our dialogue clip, this anchor gets assigned when. Oh, that's it. There is nothing else. It just sits there. Oh, cool. So when does it get resolved? Just every single time we need it. Okay. Well, that doesn't feel very efficient, but this is purely runtime, so it doesn't really purely editor time. So I suppose it doesn't super matter right now. Draw clip gizmo. It's literally state wrapper dot resolve. But how does it get the playable? Playable gets given here. It's publicly accessible in the clip. Okay. It's such a web, this little thing. It's so picky. So the schedule clip has a get name. And the dialogue clip has a playable, and the playable gets assigned here on create playable. So here on create playable, we say playable equals this. So public playable, and then lowercase playable, and then return playable. Okay, so then we could say this dot name. No F. We're still here, right? No problems. Hey, Anubis. A lot of new features, not features, a lot of new quality of life changes that make the game better, easier to make, and hopefully easier to play as well. Hey, Marcus. Okay, so set state wrapper, don't need that anymore. Set clip, don't know if we need that anymore. Streamlining the workflow, making the game simpler in ways that allow us to make it faster. Okay, so schedule clip editor Now we say schedule clip.getName. And we say schedule clip display name. Just like that. Let's compile that, see what happens. This will probably move into this behavior. It'll probably become a sub object of this behavior title. So watch this. Behavior state wrapper. So then reveal POI goes there. And then this one can go away, I think. Schedule clip.getName, which resolves playable get graph resolver.name. Ooh, it should be behavior. Dot state wrapper. No, just like this. Hang on a second. Is this right? I don't do that. Okay. I think I'm getting a bit overexcited here. If we go back to dialogue clip, where do we create the behavior? We just say new dialogue clip behavior. Oh, okay. So we literally don't need to do anything there. Okay. Cool. Hey, Rufy. Welcome. Okay, so now we can see it here. State wrapper, it's defined there. This should survive serialization issues. If I copy paste this might create a red binding, or maybe there's a problem. Playable is null, get name. Default. What is a playable? It's a struct. Hey, Void Plane. No errors. Yay, that's good. Copy that, paste it here. Ah, still got an error. The value is null. This is null? I just don't want the null pointer exception when I copy and paste things. It only happens once, but I just don't want it to be there. Still no good, man. Hey, Crota. Really? The messages don't go through? They should. Are you Rufi Mugiwara? The message is there. It doesn't show up here, though, in the middle of the screen. It doesn't show up in my little chat box. For now. Oh. Really? You typed in my YouTube channel chat? No, it's all right. Rufi on YouTube is saying, did you miss something? Yeah, somebody just came from YouTube saying that they tried to type chat in and nothing came up. But you're typing stuff in chat and that's coming up for me. So I don't know why Crota wasn't able to type messages. Have I ever tried Rider? I actually have tried Rider. I didn't like it. It was super heavy duty. It was so slow. My workspace was too much for it. It was running at like 30 FPS. Slower, like 15 FPS. What the hell is breaking here, man? Playable? Are you a subscriber of the... Oh, I don't know. Oh, it's in subscriber only mode. It was slow. Really slow. And it would chug. Like, it's like it was... Like the editor would slow down when the IDE was doing stuff. So I couldn't like type code. There we go. It works. Like I couldn't like edit my game's code if it was trying to do something in the back end, which is weird. Like if it was trying to do like the OmniSharp stuff or like IntelliSense or any kind of like like not linting, but you know what I mean, like this kind of stuff. If it was processing the workspace, I couldn't type. It's like, why would I use an IDE that isn't even like able to separate the text entry from the thread that's doing the backend stuff? Anyway, so now this works, which means we can comment this out. Not comment it out, but we can give it like a description of what this is supposed to be and then add that to it. That might be helpful, I'm assuming. So if we go to the behavior and we say public string description, and we use like text area, that might work. That's okay. Yeah, I just actually prefer Unity. Not Unity, VS Code. I prefer VS Code because it's not an IDE. It's just a text editor. Okay, so now we can kind of at least like, we could say like reveal POI, show new map, show unlocked ability on the map. And I can say this takes up this much space. And now I know what I'm doing. Cool. That's great. I mean, when I was using the old OmniSharp, well, I'm not using OmniSharp anymore, but when I was using it, that was pretty slow. But I had a bunch of assemblies that it was trying to do the tracking over, assembly definitions that weren't my like games code. It was doing like all of my plugins and all of my library stuff that like I just like imported into Unity, which I didn't obviously need that over. So not using OmniSharp means that now when I open up VS Code, it's like 10 seconds. Just on opening. All right. So we did it. It works. We now have a schedule track where we can place these scheduled elements. And I wonder if I can just, well, we've got to write the behavior. So like in the behavior, we want to now do the process frame logic. So what do we need to do here? What's the job we need to do? So this class handles the playback of schedule states defined by the wrapper. On process frame, we should assign the state in the wrapper to the parent tree. Then set the duration of the Unity timeline to the end of the clip. When the clip reaches the end, we listen for the state and event, at which point we resume the timeline. Done. So, do all of our states inherently have on end? This has an on exit, and that's good. States have an on exit, and that's good. Hey, Gesouts. Reviewing a game. Could you tell me a little bit about the game before we start? chess puzzle game where you try to place the pieces on the board. Okay. Do you have a link for it? Okay. So we're going to give this a reasonably brief review. It looks like the game's not massive, so that's good. So welcome to More Chess. Drag pieces onto the board, but there are some rules. Drag the piece out of the board to remove a piece. I don't know what the red numbers mean. I'm guessing this is bishop. This is, no, that's, oh, these are very hard to look at. What's what? Okay, let me stop for a second. So, which is the king? That's the king. So this is the king. King has 0 defenders. Okay. Is that a defender? King is defending bishop. Defenders in this case would be like the pawns, right? What would be a defender of the king? Is it, you need an attacker for that, right? What is even a defender in chess? Thinking about it. Oh, it needs to have 0 defenders. And also it's the black king. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm understanding. This tick, I can't understand. I guess that just means yes, I've solved all of that. A pawn is on the board. Pawn. Right, so this is like the statement repeated. Okay, a pawn 2 on the board. Okay. The king is on the board. 0 defenders, 0 attackers. Defending a rook. Is a knight is on the board and defended by the king and the rook. A rook is on the board, defending a knight, defended by the king. What is the orange equals? A rook is on the board, has 0 attackers, yes. Defending a knight, yes. Defended by the king, yes. On the board, 0 attackers. Defending knight, defending king, defended by king. So it shouldn't be defended by the king? Is that the issue? How can a rook be defended by the king? Oh, it needs to be like... I got it. Okay, a king is on the board. 0 defenders, 0 attackers. A rook is on the board. Can I just like reset? Like, does that change anything? Okay, we have a rook with no attackers. and defended by another rook. Defending king blocked by rook 2. What? Rook with no attackers is defended by rook 2. Is defending king. And what does blocked by mean? Blocked in what sense? Like this? And is the oneness or two-ness of these things a rook? But what do you mean blocked by? How can it... So it could defend the king if there wasn't a second rook in the way? But the rooks become 1 or 2 depending on... Oh, are you just doing left to right order? I see. Whichever is on the furthest left is the first one. I understand. Rook 2 blocks rook, defending king. Rook 2 is on the board, rook 2 is on the board. Has 0 attackers, has 0 attackers. I want the diff of this. I want to see the red thing that's not satisfied. It's really hard to interpret. Defending king, defended by king. Got it. A rook is on the board. Has no defenders. Attacking a rook blocked by a knight. Oh, its own knight. M knight. Okay. Rook has no defenders defending a king. Right. It's starting to get really complicated now. I think these need, I think the visual description here, this could use a lot of work. I think I would have taken up much more space to show the logic because the icons are not helpful right now. I don't know what this, I don't actually even, it's hard for me to even know where my mouse is. Like these operands of the statements should have more space between them. And I don't think that you should show what this equals sign. I don't think you should repeat it twice. I think you should just have what we want. And you should have green for yes. Do the Wordle thing. Green for yes, orange for like sort of, but not quite right. And red for like not at all. So like if there's stuff that's missing here, you can use red. If there's stuff that I've created that shouldn't be there, you can use yellow, for example, or gray. But to have the whole thing printed on the left and then the whole thing printed on the right means that I have to cross-reference both of them to even interpret what's missing or what's wrong. And I understand that might be part of the game for you right now, but for me as the player, that feels like it could be like, it feels like a lack of quality of life. It doesn't feel like it's part of the game, mostly because it's hard to interpret these things. So in my mind, from a UX perspective, making the statements easier to read and larger would help me grasp the game better, to like get into the game immersed. And I think that having these things be easy to interpret doesn't remove the challenge should be on the board, not here. Didn't we already do this? Rook is attacking rook. Blocked by knight. Rook is defended by knight 2, blocked by rook. What's wrong with that? A second knight. A king is on the board. No attackers. Defending rook 2. Wait, rook 2? Okay, another rook. And it's defending knight 1. Okay. A pawn is on the board. Defended by king. Wait, what? A pawn has 0 attackers, defended by king. But that's not true. The pawn isn't defended by a king. Did I break it? I've got defended by rook and it says defended by king. If I put the king on the board, that breaks it. And then fixes it again. Pawn 2 on the board, defended by the king. Oh, but it's defending the knight. Right. Okay. It's interesting for sure. It's just this layer is not, I don't like interacting with it this way. A rook is on the board. No defenders. Defending king. How can this be defended by king? What the hell? Oh, I see. My question is, rook, no defenders. Wait, this rook should have no defenders? But it should be defending the king. Ah, I see. Oh my god. It's hard. Do you know what else would be really, really nice? I have another way to do this. And maybe it would make it too easy. But it would be great if this stuff could also be validated visually. If I could see like that this, and this were like part of a functional sentence. Like if I was hovering this rule, I'd like for this to light up in green. Like the logic that like this thing, right? This is these 3 rules. And when I hover over them, it would be nice to see that light up. so that I know like, oh yeah, I've got this part right. This is functional. It'd also be really good to click and drag and move them together. Because there are layers to this, and you're so close to something that's really cool. It's actually the design of your game, the concept is quite good, and I would be interested in playing this. But right now the UX is getting in the way. Me being able to read this is too hard. Like this red colon, the two red circles, what do they mean? Is it just that this is the subject of this sentence? Like just put a gap, you know what I mean? Or anything. Also, it's like, it's very distracting that the pixel art is not like pixels for me personally. But some of this is just like syntax and spacing, you know, just like better grammar and better presentation. Anyway, those are my thoughts. Like ultimately, your goal should be for this stuff to make so much sense that this dialogue box is not necessary. And it's not bad. It's just like, I don't know what these graphics mean. And I think you might need more semantic information. You might need more pixels to be able to describe what you're trying to describe. Like the pixels themselves might be even the pixel art for the pieces, it's a little bit hard to interpret, you know? It's so minimal that like, I think it's what, 8x8? The 8x8 is limiting you. If it was 16x16, you might find that the game makes a lot more, it's easier to make the game make more sense if you give yourself a few more pixels. Cool. Thanks for sharing. All right. So, process frame, if state is null, so like validate. If we have a state, then set the duration of the Unity timeline to the end of the clip. So this is coming from dialogue clip behavior. And really neat little thing here. This is like diabolical. I'll explain it in a second. So we need root here, which is, where did we get this from in dialogue? Graph.getPlayable0. I think that is okay. I'm unsure about how easy that is to work with. And then timeline clip. Is it just clip? No. What are you doing? Whoa, 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 whoa. A Udemy course? I'm not sure about that. Okay, so in this one, we have this set up instances. Which we'll do here. And then here we have director. Oof. How do we get the playable director? Yeah, that's basically how I think about it. A Udemy course would be... I think it could be different from the YouTube stuff, where the difference would be that the videos would be part of a set, and the set would be defined in such an order that you had to start with nothing and build something at the end of it that you could, that you could be happy with. And I would be like, we're going to design a game for you that is pixel art and require, is like a side-scrolling action game from nothing. And you're going to invest all of your creative energy into the world, but I'm going to teach you all the steps, the technical steps to go from nothing to something. And it'd be like $100 or something. And you'd go through a whole course over like maybe 20 hours of video. But you could start from nothing and end with like a game where you're running around as your player character. Something like that. In like a world that you created. What would you pay for that? Genuinely. What would you pay for a 20-hour course that started with nothing and ended with you in Unity with a character running around in your game with jump animation, side-scrolling, all the different behavior. You've got foreground, background art assets, a tile set. And I've taught you how to do all of it. $80 USD. Okay. So if I wanted to do that, if I wanted to take a month to do that, let's just say full time for a month. And I could get $80 USD per user. I would need, let's say that for me, that's like a 20K contract, I would expect, Australian dollars. So I would need 80 USD is over 100 AUD. So let's just say it's 100 AUD. I would need 2,200 users. No, really? Is that all? 200 times 100. Wow. Okay. That's totally worth it. I really should do that. That'd be really worth it for me. I'd have to essentially commit myself to it and stop streaming for a month. It would take a week to plan out the course material, and it would take maybe 3 weeks to film it all. 20 hours is a lot. That's like 20 videos. With the editing, it might take me 2 months. Still probably worth it. Maybe not time-wise, but... if it was an ongoing thing, I'd effectively have to stop my YouTube channel. Yeah, that's good too. Contract out the editing and production. I could spend 10K on editing. I actually have a friend that's a video editor. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I could do this. He would get it for sure as well. This is a really good idea. And if it could take me like a month to film it all and have him edit it. It's not just like he is a professional video editor, and he would understand my tone of voice and understand what I was trying to do. The only thing is that work, you get money and you don't get exposure. That's the only problem, because it's not public. Like, you have to pay to get the value out of it. So anyone who uses it, they would have to already know who I am. Whereas YouTube, people discover me through there. And there are some really good opportunities that I've had. Yeah, I have the exposure. I'm saying, like, there's something that I get when I do it on YouTube, and I would lose if I don't. The exposure growth, I would lose that. But it is valuable. If I need cash, if I need to fund Insignia, and I don't need the exposure as much as I need the money. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be comfortable having people pay money if I was just going to point them to my YouTube videos. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't be like, first, go ahead and watch this video. Anyway, that's the course. Thanks very much. That would be a bit weird. I might refer for like additional viewing. I might be like, we're going to teach you how to do all of this. If you do get stuck on this phase, you can head over to this video and just see if that gives you a bit extra or something. Thanks for the $80. All right. Okay. Yeah, I just don't know if I need to build a business that way. But maybe, like, it's totally possible. It's just the difference between like being an educator versus being a game developer, you know? I'm already doing that though right now. Like I'm doing a job right now that's about 2 months worth of work, and I'm getting paid 30K for it. So if I ever needed the 30K, instead of doing archaeology, this is like 6 months from now, instead of doing archaeology, I do the course. Just like it's like a trigger that I pull to generate value. But it costs me time to do it. All right, so dialogue clip behavior has a dialogue clip, and this is in setup. Where is the setup for this? Is it in the track? Yeah. Because the director has the playable director in it. So the track knows about the playable director? Wait, no, instantiate track comes from where? Ah, it comes from... Wow. 3 window? Maybe. Where else do I get the playable director? Randomization? Yeah, Pinchy Scree. They use layers to do that. Not like this. You want the... Hey, I've got it right there in my video. But in auto mapping, it's kind of ugly. What I would do, so the way that they work in this is you have like input 1, input 2. So you have like additional layers for every new random option. I don't like that. But what I would do is have the default case defined in your one rules file, and then in a second rules file, have the randomization cases as the layers. So you have a rules file that's just got your base case and then all the different possible outcomes stacked as layers. So you build the level without any randomization. And then when you press Control M and it updates or auto maps, the process of solving the auto mapping has a step in it that's a file that does the randomization. I've never done that before, but I should do it that way. Hey, Legendary Skate. So I'm not happy with this. I don't like this. Let's ask GPT. Is there a way from within the Unity timeline ecosystem, clips, tracks, editors, to reference upward through the playable graph to reach a timeline director or some other object that contains the duration. Specifically, I mean, I could just accept that I need the duration from this root is the root playable. Oh, why do I need it? Oh, because I need timeline clip. Timeline clip comes from the clip that we own. Okay, so the better question would be, is there a way for a timeline behavior to know the clip to get... No, I mean, I feel like I can do this without any of that. I feel like why is this not possible? Just by asking. I have the clip here. What's the difference between timeline clip and schedule clip? Timeline clip is of type iCurves owner and serialization callback receiver. Schedule clip is of type playable asset and timeline clip asset. Okay. So timeline clip for a clip behavior to be able to specifically target a parent timeline clip just by traversing the available properties. I'm not against AI in engineering, but I'm kind of against vibe coding. I'm using it more as a reference right now. The playable behavior is attached to a playable, but the relationship between playable and its originating timeline clip is not exposed through the playable API at runtime. The playable API is designed to be generic, does not expose timeline-specific constructs like the timeline clip at runtime. The connection between the playable behavior and the timeline clip is managed internally by the timeline, not access. Common workaround. Pass a reference to the timeline clip to your playable behavior when the track creates the playable, usually in create playable in your custom track asset. So, the problem is, this behavior, this script, is not designed to know that it's being played inside of a timeline which is owned by a playable director, because there are other kinds of playables that it could be being called by. But we've defined it in such a way that, like, it's a clip. Like, that's literally the point of it. This is a pretty shitty API. It's literally a clip. So the clip should know, the clip should be able to reference somewhere in this process, like when I create the track and the clip goes on the track should be able to send the clip's instance, right? Like, that seems obvious, but actually none of this knows about anything. So instead we need to pass the playable director that owns this, which happens actually at runtime. So like inside of the sequence player is my version of, it's like a thing that drives the playable director. It's this thing. So this thing has a reference to the director here. And then this thing can pass through the director all the info that we want. I'm getting a phone call, pals. One sec. Be right back. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break and be right back. Okay. So the challenge here is that there's a binding for the sequence player here for the dialogue. Here there is not one, which puts us in a scenario where we kind of need, like if I go back to how it works right now, the dialogue track has instantiate track, which gets called by the sequencer player timeline features. So this says for every track. I suppose that's doable. All right, maybe we do it this way. Literally just like that. Damn. Okay. Okay. Solved. So what is our playback? Okay. If director time is less than the start time of the clip returned. That's weird that that would ever be a thing, but okay. Weird. I don't know what that's for. Timeline instances, schedule instances. I'm not sure what this is for. I'm going to keep it in though, just because. It's so weird though. I hate it. I hate looking at it. Strange. I could just say is valid. And then just chuck all of this in and it is valid. What's the difference between this and this? Anyway. Got it. That's better. Very good. Set up schedule, set up timeline, two separate things. Nice, clean naming convention. Okay, very good. Now, I guess what we want to do is this doesn't handle resume, I don't think, or play. That's handled probably by the sequence player. Like this respond to dialogue, and this is the ugly thing that I'm trying to avoid. Oof, that's some ugly stuff. What is timeline handler? These are the specifically features that have to do with the sequence player handling timeline stuff. Okay, why doesn't this live in there? Why can't I say timeline handler dot resume director? Terrible. Hey, Cryptexas, welcome. Just play. It's how to manage things like cutscenes and tutorials that go in and out of anything that's not run by the player. Anything that's happening out, like that takes control away from the player and does stuff. That's all sequenced. Current sequence sort of enter UID. This index. Could just be that index. And timeline index. Game event.guid. Where does this come from? Oh, the dialogue specifically says, hey, game devs do not write unit testing code, right? It depends on the developer, but typically not as often. Hey, vignettes. You would help me edit? That's nice. So this basically says, hey, the dialogue has just... You You were referring to the class that I was mulling over. Yeah, the Udemy class, right? The course. I appreciate it. All right. So reset duration and resume is really important. This respond to dialogue end has two places where it gets called from, which is a bit scary to me. Oh, but it's just adding and removing listener, which is from dialogue event finished. With the dialogue, which is the story step. Got it. That's pretty reasonable, honestly. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Hey, Musta. Dude, I think I hate this chair. As nice as it looks, it does not feel good to sit in, and I'm noticing myself not enjoying it. I think because technically I want to be a little lower in it. Maybe like that would be... I can't tell, but I'm not comfortable. Oh my goodness. Oh, my poor hip flexor and my calves. Because I'm trying to get closer, but it has arms on it. And the arms don't let me get in without being low. And that means that I end up scrunching my body. I'm like leaning forward too much. Anyway. All right. So take a story step from the dialogue. See if we're talking the current timeline. Okay. So this should probably be renamed something like resume timeline from dialogue. So now we should have something called void resume timeline from schedule. And the question is, what is it that we are passing? And do we need to do it this way? Because we could just, I mean, do you know what? Even this could be something that we do from inside of the timeline clip. But I think it's nice to, well, I hate running up against things like this because it basically is like, it triggers, there's like tech debt that's sitting in this class. This class is huge because of like how many responsibilities it has, way too many. And if I was building it today, I would build it differently. I would just not have it have so many things that it can do. By simplifying everything down, it's a bit late in the piece to be building this up from scratch. But it's also slowing me down by keeping it this way, which sounds like time for a refactor, but anyway. So the point here is that if the sequence player, it's really, do the schedule states live in the sequence player sequence? And right now they don't, they're not part of the sequence. They should be, for sure. And in fact, what would be great is if the sequences themselves were nestable. That would be... But a sequence here means something a little bit different. It's sort of got a very specific job to basically mean something with dialogue these days. So instead I'll just see if I can respond to the to an event callback. So I expect that when we do this, we need to subscribe. It's the stuff we were talking about up here. So technically this should be something that we can do statically. Given a playable director. I hate the name of this class. Holy shit. All right. Done. That's it. Okay. Good. So far, so good. So what this is going to do, I need to work on my storytelling. I'm really, really bad at it. So for those of you watching, what I just wrote, all of this code, its job is to replicate something that happens with the dialogue clips, where when we reach one of these clips, what happens is on the first frame that this gets played, it's going to trigger a little causal chain by setting the entire timeline's duration to be exactly this long. Instead of all of this, we're going to pretend that the timeline ends right here. That's to hack through a little problem with timeline where it doesn't know how to pause correctly. So it's going to say, hey, I'm just going to play from here all the way until here. And when I get here, I'm going to ask the question, well, when I get here, I'm going to stop until the state that's been passed into here tells me that it's finished. So when this thing finishes doing what it's doing, the timeline will resume. And what that basically means is that I can essentially just place into the timeline things that can take an indefinite or unknown amount of time. Like going into the menu and opening up a bunch of stuff and showing the player some stuff. I can say, here is where, in this cutscene, here is where we're going to show off a bunch of tutorial stuff. And when we're done, come back and we're going to keep going. That's the idea. So I don't need that in this cutscene, but that's the example. So there's actually no content inside of this. This doesn't do anything. It's just a placeholder on the timeline for where a bunch of functions are going to get called, and stuff is going to happen. Who knows? But the thing that's responsible for maintaining that stuff is it's here in world graph. In this case, it's this reveal point of interest. So I can essentially place, what I just allowed myself to do is place this little sequence of stuff that's happening. I can place this in the timeline. That's what I just did. In fact, why don't we test it? I mean, I could just show you. The only problem is that this little thing here needs to be out in the wild. It can't actually be on the world graph. So I would need to like paste it here. And then here, I would need a new schedule clip with this POI there. And I would do that, let's say at the end. You know, we don't need to do it earlier than that. And then as long as this has wait for timeline end, which it doesn't, but it should do that. This will play that at the end of this. So the next thing I need to do is make sure that this is actually going to run. Unfortunately, if I go here, well, what I haven't solved yet, it's not going to work yet, is I haven't solved how this thing is going to move, like how it actually goes. I can run it here, but the setup code needs to be passed in from somewhere. So somewhere in this process, again, I really shouldn't be doing it here. Let's go do it where it needs to be done. Let's not be silly. We'll just keep working on the Insignia content that we were coming here for. Okay, so here we are. Owen says hello. He's gone. Maybe we'll do it at the end of that. So and enter. Who am I kidding? He's gone. So let's just at the end of this chuck it in there. And for now, I'm sort of just gonna, what's the word? I'm just going to like hack it a little bit. So we are going to use the world graph reveal POI there. But I'm going to need to assign the setup for this. So maybe right now what I'll do is on start. Maybe I'll just do like public map node. I guess this will be debug. Maybe we'll get a quest flag instead. So we're sort of cheesing a little bit here by creating a scenario where we're going to manually say that there's a specific quest flag that we want to reference. This will be like, maybe like Meet Harriet. Okay. So that should be enough. Let's have a look. Oh, something broke. It could be that the instance of the world graph doesn't have a... Oh, that's on start. This could be an awake. All right, let's not do it this way. Let's do it so that this setup gets called by the world graph. So I'm just going to like open up the world graph once. What am I doing? There we go. Let's try that. So something happened there. It just didn't happen exactly how we would have wanted it to. It's playing, it's playing, it's playing. It closed. Okay. So then why didn't this do what we needed it to do? I guess because we... Hey, Holdinian. It's going okay. I guess because we didn't actually open up the menu inside of this thing. So actually we would need a state here that opens the menu. So we could define that in world graph. We could say public class control map, control menu, schedule dot state. And actually, I'm not implementing it in any content yet. I'm about to implement it into the current content that I'm working on to wrap up chapter 1. But I'm specifically implementing it into the timeline at the moment. I don't need this. Okay, so we need I think this open close thing is nonsense. But for now, really? So toggle is just a thing. Why don't I just call this open and close? I don't like toggle. What's the point of it? It's such a silly thing to do. Get out of here. It's just a dumb wrinkle for for nothing. Gives me nothing. Okay. So does this have a menu controller? What about an update? Is top context? It's sort of different, isn't it? What happens when we open it? What do we do? We set the canvas to be active. I mean, that's a sign that we're open. Basically just that. Oh, the context system could have us on the stack. That's another one. So But you need, because it's a stack. Is it a stack or is it a list? It's a list, so I can just check inside. So I could do public static bool contains context. And then I could say world graph okay, we could say this menu state could have an enum, you know, menu state, and we could say okay. Good. Look at that. Isn't that cool? So I can tell the menu to open and close just by creating a new class that knows how to open the menu. That's it. I don't need to do anything else. And it'll only open it if it has to. It won't try to open it if it's closed. So the point here is we have enter, update. These other schedule states haven't. How do they know when they're finished? Just an exit. And exit does the exit invoke. Okay. So here I can just say exit. Okay. So this is the really interesting thing. This is the really, really, really important thing. I just added two states. I just created a two-state solution for this. I added 2 states to this little method here. So it's like, this is a list of things that need to happen. And it had 5 things that it was doing. 4 things? 1, 2, 3, 4 things. Now it does 2 more things, right? But those 2 more things that it added, those things don't have any impact on this timeline duration. So they're inside of it, but it doesn't matter that it takes more time. I don't have to stretch this out. I don't have to do anything. I can just say, hey, you're going to do some stuff here and we're going to resume. Like I could put this in the middle here and Armin wouldn't say what he needs to say until after those extra states did what they were doing. So let's see if it actually works. Nope. Okay. I think I'm not calling play on the schedule clip behavior. So we're setting it up. We're adding the listener, but we're not saying state dot enter. Ultimately, we should probably be scheduling the state, not entering it directly. Still no Gucci. Enter. Let's have a look. Nah, it's not even trying. Okay. Did I save this schedule clip behavior? Oh, not even doing that. Okay. This is a schedule clip, right? Okay, let's go up further. Not even doing that. Okay, now we're really confused. Up here? All right, one more. Ready, go. Okay, it is processing the frame. Good to know. But we're obviously not getting past the validation point. So why aren't we getting past it? Is timeline set up? Okay, the timeline never got set up. Okay, we got this far. Well, we got that far. What? So the setup timeline does go to true. Oops. Does it happen before we even get instantiated? Yeah, we get created after we get set up, which is really awkward. Setting up schedule, setting up timeline, created schedule clip behavior. So then when this happens, that, so it's like a race condition. Yeah, it's false. Even though it's true there. True, false. Because the instantiation, this point, whatever setup timeline happens, this Boolean, maybe if I just take it away, nothing bad will happen. True, and then false. And then it creates a bunch of issues. Wait, edit a code patcher? Hang on a second. Let's compile that. True, false. What falsifies this? Nothing. So it literally is getting instantiated. Like the actual thing is getting constructed after, which is not good for us. How do we avoid that with the dialogue system? It's right here in the exact same place. Is it the get generic binding? Wait, this is dialogue control clip. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait a second. The setup instances function happens here versus here. This version is the definition. This is how it gets called, and it gets called by the dialogue track. Oh, we don't do that yet. I got it. We need a schedule track, which does nothing. Got it. Schedule track has an instantiate track function with a playable director. Yep. Okay. So it's that, the timeline. Yeah, it wasn't a race condition. I think it was two separate things, actually. Wait, this is now getting called from two different places. Well, that makes no sense to me. What? This instantiate track versus setup timeline. Oh, that's really friggin' weird. Okay, I made a mistake. Setup. When is this getting called? The equivalent on the timeline features, setup director tracks here. Instantiate track happens here, and it gets called twice in two different places. What the heck? Oh, that sucks. So I'm just like double dipping and hoping that it works. Well, how come it works on the dialogue? Even with the double dip. I really can't stand this chair, man. I'm starting to get angry about it. I need like a stool instead. I might just sit on my amp. All right, timeline is not set up. Yeah, sure. Hey, Warner. All right. Set up schedule. Schedule clip behavior. Set up schedule. This happens twice. Setting up schedule for state wrapper. Clear that. Press play. We never get to that point where we can do set up schedule. So that's fine. We'll see that later. Setting up timeline says this happens twice, right? Set up timeline is true, is false, but just set up timeline. Sorry. Wait, now it feels like we never call it. It comes from two places though. Schedule track does it. What? Oh, I see. All right. Does it need to be a scheduled clip behavior? No? Hey, Teach. How's it going, buddy? What's new? Hey, Teach's viewers, Teach's chat. What's going on? We working hard on Modoria? Stream practice. Very good. Exciting stuff. Can I show you all my game? See you, bud. Have a good night. So, I'm making this game called Insignia. It's an action-adventure title that I'm building in Unity. I have been working on this for ages. This is kind of like my pixel art universe. And yeah, like I said, action-adventure, pixel art, side-scrolling. Started as a side project that was like just a personal thing I was working on. And now it's my like full-time job. I'm the director of the game, and I've got 4 devs, well, artist, animator, composer, sound effect artist, working on it with me. I'm still the lead like engineer and everything like that. And yeah, it's got like a map system, and it's got quests, and it's got equipment and all kinds of action adventure-y stuff. Very like Zelda-like if you've played a Zelda game. Magic system and abilities and platforming stuff. And we are pretty much on the like production. We're like doing production right now, but on the back side of it, what I'm trying to do is really, really make sure that our content pipeline is like absolutely rock solid. So I'm currently working on, I spent like 4 streams, like 4 hours each, designing a system for content scheduling. This is like, if you like engineering, this is like an engineering specific problem. I can show you kind of the example of like what inspired this. So it's kind of if you like data structures, it's a pretty fun little data structures thing. It did take me 12 hours to determine how to build it. So let me take you through what it is. All right. So no, not like in-game content. So let me show you. Okay. So in Breath of the Wild, right, you're walking around, you're climbing this tower, and the first time you interact with one of these towers, a bunch of stuff needs to happen. You need to be shown a tower unlock cutscene, and then it needs to go into the menu and show you the region that you unlocked. And then, because it's your first tower, it unlocks the Sheikah sensor ability, and then it shows you the tutorial for the Sheikah sensor ability, and then it gives the control back to the player, right? So we've got these very disparate data structure elements, right? These different systems in the game that need to be placed end to end such that the player control doesn't ever get any kind of, the player can't like run around during any of this. They can't unpause out of the menu. So it's not necessarily the onboarding. This is just an example of that. Literally any time the game has like different kinds of systems that need to flow one into the other without the player's control in between, that's what this system is. So if you think about it, right, all they did was interact with this pedestal, and then look how many cutscenes play back to back. So there's a cutscene of you placing the Sheikah slate in the pedestal. That's the first thing. That can happen anytime you interact with the pedestal. But then some text shows up, and then we play a different cutscene for pulling out of the tower, showing you that it got unlocked. Okay, so that's pretty cool. And then it happens to have a teleporter on it, so it needs to show you that that unlocked. And then we show you the little sequence of updating the Sheikah slate. This gets played anytime something permanent gets added to the Sheikah slate. And then we open up the menu, which is like a whole different system, right? And then we show the region that you just unlocked. So it's context aware, right? It knows that we are opening up the menu to reveal this specific map location with this beacon. And then because it's the first tower, it needs to know that we're going to show off this little thing over the top, right? All of this is happening in ways that happens exactly once in the game, but in a way that fits into a model that gets every time you open a tower, most of this stuff happens, but not all of it, right? And then because we put the Sheikah slate in, we obviously need to have the cutscene to pull the Sheikah slate out. But we're not done yet, because we're getting a brand new little intro into this thing. And then the gameplay gets returned to the player. So you could call that a sequencing system or a scheduling system. I call sequences in my game anything that's a cutscene. But those things needed to naturally stack end to end such that the game state didn't break. That's really, really critical. And the way that I've got it in my game is I have a pretty dumb system. And in my game, these things don't have any way of interacting with each other. They just sort of shove into each other until one of them wins. So an example in Insignia would be, one sec. So this is your father's workshop, and you've just been given a task to fix this knight's pauldron, his shoulder, piece of armor. So there's like a design that you pick up. You can go into the menu. Player control is still active here. You forge the item. And then from here all the way through to this, I'm not touching the game. I'm just advancing forward through a preset sequence of things that happens. So similar sort of thing. But those things don't know about each other. And I don't know if you noticed, but there was like a little jank, a little bit of jank right before we open up the menu, where the player character sort of went from one thing into another thing really quickly. So the design pattern here that I've used to determine this is a hierarchical state machine. And so it's made up of states, and the states are built to describe exactly one thing each that has a start point and an end point. And then there are states that are queue states that can hold a queue of states. So the way that it ends up working is like you have a tree, and the tree contains all of the things that are supposed to happen, such that like this happens first, then this, then this, then this, then this. So you're sort of traversing a list of lists, basically, or a queue of queues. But the way that I've got it set up is that because we're using Unity, these things end up being pretty lightweight. And the pattern is I've got like the states, and then I've got like a state player. So schedule clip behavior, for example. This is like schedule state behavior. But I have one instance of this called reveal point of interest. Yeah. So that is me queuing up all of my things that happen in a specific structure. So here it's like I'm going to build a bunch of states with some instance data, and each of these states does something. So this opens up a menu. It moves to the map location. It reveals a node. It stamps this is the Zelda thing. Stamps the quest icon on the node, returns back to our current scene, closes the menu. I can operate this. I'm sort of in the middle of transitioning it into a different system, into my timeline editor, so I can play these things inside of a cutscene. But let me see if I can hook it up. I guess I could just do update, and then we can just do like input.get key down J. I think this gets set up already. Yes. So we should just be able to do that on its own. So yeah, let's see if that works. So I can just press J, it opens the menu, but it doesn't do anything yet. Toggle this frame exiting. What is that? Actually, handle open and close. Oh, it's fighting with its own system. It's fighting with its own open and close behavior. That won't happen else if top context, if input close button and close button, skip a close button, close. Oh yeah, that's fine. And then this exits on entry. We could say public override void do. Just say exit. Instead, that might change it. Sorry, pals, one sec. Yeah, this will be ported to consoles. All right, so Jay. Yeah, there you go. So all of this stuff that's happening right now is not, there you go, perfect. All of that stuff that just happened was not timed. It's just a queue of things that can happen in the game. And they're just stacked end to end. I could swap it if I wanted, you know, that's the beauty of it, is that these things, I can shuffle these around, do whatever I want. But the idea is that I can think of these very complex, pre-authored things that are happening in the game. I can think of them as just like a list of things that should happen. Just like we did now when we were looking at Zelda. It's like, well, you got to open this thing and then show that and do this and, you know, unlock that and then close the menu and get out of there. And what I'm doing right now is I'm setting it up so that I can queue up that little beat and play it back inside of a larger cutscene, such that it pauses the cutscene to do that thing and then comes back and continues after. So this here, this reveal POI, is basically this represents that list of 6 things. And what happens is as the timeline runs over it, it's going to start the list of 10 things or 6 things, and then it'll pause right here, right at the end. It'll pause until it gets a callback from the list saying, hey, I'm done doing my stuff. And then it'll resume the timeline. In this case, it'll end, but in the final game, there'll be like a bunch more dialogue and stuff. So I'm essentially trying to make it so that I can modularize and use composition to create these more abstract, very much more easily workable moments in the game that I can then rearrange, right? I can say, oh, maybe we should show off all that stuff like before the player character says this thing. Or maybe we should pan over to the other side of the room and then show that thing. But the showing that thing is designed and contained and self-dependent in such a way that it's not going to break if I move it. That's what's really, really, really important to me. Because right now, this list of things, which is really tidy, in the blacksmithing tutorial, that's like a bunch of like button presses that are simulated in the game, which is really bad. Because like if the menu ever rearranges, the button presses don't go to the same destination. Stuff like that. So it's also great that these manage their own pace. Like I can say, when we do this, this might actually work this time. I hope it doesn't. Good. When I do this, maybe we think that takes not enough time, right? Maybe maybe it should wait a bit before it moves over. Well, I could have a new kind of state called like wait, and I could put that in the middle and say new wait, you know, 3. Done. Now it'll just open the menu, wait 3 seconds and do the next thing. And that doesn't change the timeline. That's the really important thing, is that the timeline is agnostic to this. The timeline has no idea about how long this is supposed to take. It just knows that it'll wait, it's going to do some stuff, and when it finishes, we're going to do some more stuff that does have more specific timing related to it. So it's really about like thinking about the game as a production, not in the sense of like a software design production, but like a production as in like a movie. And being able to orchestrate those things in a way that is really modular, really easy to work with as a software production, if that makes sense. Because we're going to be editing stuff all the time. It can't be like so rigid that we're constantly fishing through like function calls being like, how long does this take? And why is this happening too early? And what if I wanted to move that? Yeah. Destructive edits are what you want to avoid when you're making something really big and really complicated. So that's what this system's for. All right. Food TRF says, Adam, a somewhat related question. When you design/engineer a system like now, how much percentage of the time does it usually cost for designing and actually implementing or coding it out? As a pure hobby programmer, it's wild seeing the last streams. For me, getting to the point where I can define arbitrary logic like this and insert it naturally into like a global queue, this is genuinely going to save me. Like, it looks simple, which is good, but getting to a point where it was as simple as this took me 12 plus hours of thinking and graphing and studying other games and blah, blah, blah. The question is it going to save me 12 hours? The answer is yes, because the stuff that we're talking about now, it's kind of like you're trying to like climb a mountain and there's like a forest in the way of like your path to the top of the mountain. I just designed a machete that lets us go straight through the forest. If we don't have the machete, we have to walk around the forest or pick a smaller mountain. So it's not that this path is going to get shorter. It's that this path becomes viable. That's what's valuable. Like, it doesn't save me time in authoring things. It saves me time in editing things, or gives me the power to edit things that I wouldn't otherwise be able to as a small indie developer. Most indie games that have any kind of story, those stories, it's very rare for those stories to be like so deeply integrated into the systems and the gameplay that the developers have to really consider, unless it's like a RPG or a visual novel, how the things, relate to gameplay and like the level of like tutorialization being threaded in between story and narrative and gameplay in Insignia is much closer to a AAA game. Most indie games don't have to do that. You don't have to create such powerful tooling because you sort of like have so small, most games, like indie games, are like mechanics driven. Something like Balatro doesn't really have to explain itself narratively. It just sort of works within its means. And that's really good. It's a really, what's the word, viable way of designing things. Is just like make them smaller so that you don't have to edit so much. But for me, this is kind of a lot closer to like the reason why like George R.R. Martin is still struggling to release the Winds of Winter in the Game of Thrones is because when you're writing a book, everything is dependent on everything else, and he doesn't have the data. He's not engineering it, he's writing it. So when he has to go edit something that's load bearing, it's like, well, he either can't edit it because like he's already published the previous 4 books, but he also can't change things without screwing up everything else. Like if this character is in Marine instead of Karth, how can they have this conversation with this character? Oh no, how do I? So he's got to like sit there and do like the Pepe Sylvia thing. He's got to sit here and just to edit something to make more sense. Whereas in the software world, we can design things that are easier to move around and build them that way. So The answer is, for what I'm making, super duper viable. Absolutely not. It's absolutely not too much time for me to dedicate 12 hours to this. One day of dev, or a day and a half, versus like weeks of like trying to unpick stuff, or otherwise giving up altogether and just like dealing with certain decisions that are not optimal, or just like make the game suffer. Yeah. It's really about power. You know, it's like, what does this allow me? How easy does navigation become when I do this way? That's what I mean by a machete. It makes navigation easier. Navigation can be forwards, adding things or moving or creating content. It can be backwards, editing things, changing content. But if your process doesn't let you navigate, if your process is just like a one-shot thing, because it's so inflexible that you can't re-rationalize based on new information, you're going to struggle. And the thing is, with game dev, the more complex it is or novel, the more that navigation, sideways, backwards, around, that's part of the creative process. Like for me, a lot of the story decisions that we've made in the last 6 months got changed in the last 2 months, because you play test and you go, oh, hang on, this doesn't feel right. Right, like now that I'm playing it in my hands, I really wish there was a conversation between these two characters before we left the town. Or I really wish we'd gotten this item before we ran into the area here, because it doesn't make sense. Like you can't assess and validate unless you're playing the game. And if the game is as big as mine, you have to be able to build the game really big and really quickly, and then deconstruct it and build it a different way without that breaking the bank, or like killing your timelines, or your budget. Like, I'm not a savant author. I can't just like one shot the whole game's story. And there's going to be like 60,000 lines of text. So like, it's important that I can just spin up different examples or different versions of how things happen in the game to test it and see if it's fun. So these 12 hours of design, how much time did you spend coding? Oh, like 3 hours so far, 4 hours maybe. But don't treat that as like any example. Like Retrobox, I spent like a day designing it and it took me like a month to build it. Like there's no relationship. It's just like I've got a bunch of tech debt because I've already built a bunch of stuff already on top of this. So for me, like building into the timeline, if you don't have a timeline, then that's like half of that time, that 3 hours, 4 hours is already spent, or it's not relevant. Don't try to like gauge how much time you should spend planning versus building. It's not going to translate. All right. So, we need to make this play. I'm the code is alone right now, but I have a team of 4 other creators that I'm working with to do the content. And we've done 1 round for like 6 months, and we're about to do the second round like this month. I need to get my contracts to them before or by Monday, so we can start. Okay, so where we were was we have this. Oh, also you can wishlist the game here on Steam. Bing, please go wishlist. Yeah, we're back. I got the funds to work it out. C#, yep. That's right. So the problem we're having right now is kind of like a race condition issue where the thing that runs this gets constructed. Well, something happens and then it gets like reconstructed. And when it gets reconstructed, it flips a Boolean to false, a setup Boolean that I don't know when it's getting reinstantiated. So not really a race condition per se, but like an order of operations or order of execution. Something's just like not quite right. I think... Sorry, I got to just think about it for a bit. It actually gets called twice. This just set up timeline happens here. Only once, actually. Let's come have a look at it. This, what's the call stack say? Schedule clip behavior. Story sequences from sequence player to begin sequence. Okay. This game will be available on PC for Steam and Switch. I have ideas for an Android port. I have exported the game for Mac OS, so that's possible as well, but I'm not officially supporting it right now. So yeah, PC. I just say PC, and Linux is not off the table for sure. You could definitely do Linux. I just don't know. I haven't assigned any resources in the production to support it as a platform. I don't know what we would have to do to support it, but it's not infeasible. It's just pending budget. And you'd have to make a good business case for it. Like, are we going to make enough money on the Linux port to justify the Linux porting? Okay, so this gets called specifically from there, but then what about like our timeline? Schedule track. Is this not doing anything here? Clear that. Close that. Press play. Interesting. So why does this exist here? And then in dialogue track, we have this really similar thing that does something different here. Set instances for dialogue. This is for a dialogue clip. Okay, is that getting called? Right, so what's the call stack for that? Sequence player begin sequence. Features play director. Begin sequence here. Wait a second. But that's what this is. Oh, hang on. I see. We can actually just do this now. Which is that. I actually am kind of curious about doing a port for Android. I actually have the game running on Android right now. So that sets it up, but then somehow we still get falsified later. Dialogue, clip, behavior. So somehow the on-playable create here doesn't seem to have any issue. There's no problems with this yet. So director really just gets set. Hello.
I finished for today.
Oh, cool. What do you feel like for dinner? I'm still on the mic, by the way. You want to come here? One sec, pals. The issue I fear a bit with Android is that all you are will get exported and reused by the clone makers. I mean, didn't stop Stardew Valley from making like $100 million on Android. Know what I mean? You just factor that in. You just factor loss into the problem. Okay. Like, pirate's gonna pirate. All you are will get exported. It almost sounds like a meme from 1996. All your exported will belong to us. When you get millionaire with you, game, will you continue streaming? What is happening right now with chat? Do you read your messages before you hit enter? If I was a millionaire, I would stream way more, I think. If I was a millionaire, I would just yap all the time. I wouldn't even build anything. I would just chat with you. No, I would... my goal, my passion, is to make game dev more accessible through streaming. So if I had the resources, I would set up a full-on like streaming production where you could see the whole studio. And we would have like a small camera crew, maybe of 1 or 2 people, who would like literally follow around the production, and we would have scheduled like meetings, and it would all be on camera. You would see like design stuff happening. You would see like little code sessions and stand-ups. Yeah, just film all of it. Like Silicon Valley, you just watch that. Like live streaming Silicon Valley. We just do that. Okay, so I'm gonna solve this problem now. I'm gonna focus. Sorry, chat. Alrighty, I can only see YouTube chat right now, and that's bustling. If you want me to see what you're saying, you have to say it in YouTube chat. Okay, so dialogue clip behavior is here. Secret player, unplayable create, process frame. So what's going on, man? Why does this get instantiated in a way that's fine? First frame is false, has subposition. Setup is here. Setup never gets, well, it gets created there. If it's not set up, then just return. Otherwise, set up with setup instances. Mm-hmm. And obviously this gets called by the previous function. So they get set up, and then this is true, and then this is there, and then it's false. I can't understand why this is happening. Is it got to do with the track binding? I hope not. Well, what about the dialogue version of this? The dialogue clip on playable create. Dialogue. Clip behavior. So how come this doesn't get false? What? What the hell? How are these different? I don't understand. I can't understand. This works on playable create. Setup, which was set here, is true. Schedule track behavior, schedule clip behavior, also has an on playable create, also checks the setup, also has its setup set inside of setup timeline, which gets set in the exact same place, in the exact same way. By instantiate track, which gets called side by side. Same thing. And yet somehow this setup timeline, this bool is false. Bruh, is it public versus private? Like, what the heck? Nope, it's just a bool. I don't know, man. Must be something to do with like the way that we... Something else that we do with this thing. Is it this? This new? But there, it's schedule clip behavior. It gets instantiated there. But they're not referenced any, like they're the same. That and that is like the exact same thing. So the clip behavior gets created here. This is there. Same thing. So there's dialogue clip and then there's schedule clip. Dialogue clip has it there in the setup. Then there's the create playable function, which is the difference between this and this. So create playable, create playable. Ooh, hang on a second. Why does this have the... Whoa, 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 whoa. This passes the behavior into this. Oh, that's it. That's literally it. It gets reinstantiated otherwise. Holy moly. That was it. The reference doesn't get used. Thank God. Sick. Okay, we can get rid of all the debugs now. I was not prepared for it to be that trivial. Hey, Captain Blade, welcome. All right, I can see your chat again. You're back. Okay, so this breaks in a good way, probably. state.enter. Null reference exception. Oh, that's not good. The clip has the name. The name is the behavior.stateWrapper.resolve get resolver. It's this. Is that what we're doing over here? Yes. And the graph is that graph, but this uses this graph, which is from playable.getGraph, and playable is this playable. So are they using the same playable? Clip dot. Well, there's the clip. There's the playable, but there's the directive, but there's no playable. The playable here inside of, not you, you. That's the playable director. This is the playable there. That's the playable. So when we set up schedule and we resolve this graph, where does that come from? Who assigns that? On playable create. I mean, that makes sense to me. Why do I use VS Code? I don't need the IDE features of Visual Studio. I prefer VS Code as being more visually lightweight and just, you know, I know it's built on like Electron or whatever and it sucks, but it's still just like a cleaner experience. Okay. Notepad++. Yeah, not my preference. Just write in assembly, lol. Okay, so actually we got pretty close here. But the state is null. What is this at this point? Null. Okay. Wait a second. But the state wrapper gave us something. So hang on a second. Oh, I see. Oh, it's get state. There's a thing here. Hang on. State wrapper is an exposed reference of schedule state wrapper. So hang on. And then wrapper dot. Yeah. Hang on. Oh, I see. I didn't. You have a function here called setup, which is fine. That's expected. Then there's an override void enter, and the enter sets up the state. Set from queue, onset exit doing, but actually get state would be the thing. But this should be the, Wait a second, but how does state get set? State equals? Okay. Setup does all of this. Has this get called yet? Okay, we're getting pretty close now. Yeah, it's never been called. So the context hasn't set up. So it should throw an error at that point. Definitely. I wasn't wrong. It's not the clip behavior's problem. I don't like that this is .state. That's not, I don't like this. Especially when it's state.enter instead of, it should be more like, right now it should be, like that and not this. Or another way to do it would be, oh, this is awkward. Am I debugging this or am I using this? Am I doing the proper architecture for this? Hey, generic B. We already talked about Rider today, Elzak. You weren't here for it. Hey, generic. Thank you so much for watching. Okay, I think for now, I'm just going to cheat it. Okay, so that is good. We just need to do the setup function, which happens on here. On start. Hang on a second then. Why doesn't that get called? Let's compile. Good, it happened. Okay. Okay, so. Oh! It is so quick. It happened and then it stopped. What? So we got there. So why is wrapper.state? No, that's so strange that that would be the case. What? That's crazy. Because setting up happens here and it's literally not, this is the thing that's being nulled. Unless the new makes it weird. Is that a thing? Does this make it? Wait a second. I don't need to do that at all. I can just do that. Gosh, I love this thing that I built. I built it so well. This is such a cute little thing. I'm a little turned on right now. Oh, yes. Oh, we don't get the control back. That was almost literally perfect. It does call it. Oh, that's good. These might not be the same thing. I don't know why that does that. That's weird. I guess it's null. So this dot state, I never set that up, did I? That's why. So we just, I mean, we could just do it. We could say state equals wrapper dot state, and then we could say state dot on exit. Close that. And that's it. We don't need that. Oh my gosh, I love when it collapses and gets smaller at the end. You solve all the challenges and it just goes. I don't know why the node isn't appearing though. That's a bit weird. Oh, I flipped them in the order. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so these need to be swapped. See that? Reveal node and then stamp quest like quest icon. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, man. We Breath of the Wild now. That was slick. That was great. That's what we come here for. So this paused. You can watch it now. It's even more, it's exactly what I wanted. So check this out, right? We're in a cutscene. Cutscene's doing stuff. All I do is say, hey, I want this reveal point of interest to happen at the end of all this stuff. Maybe later we'll have some more dialogue, but for now, in fact, let's just do it just to prove how cool this is. Let's swap it so that he reveals the point of interest. And then we can continue talking and it's done. So it basically treats this little thing as like its own little node that takes some amount of time. And we don't know how long it takes, and it doesn't matter because it pauses the timeline when it reaches it. And we can add, this could be as shallow or as deep as we want, but it doesn't matter to us here in the dialogue, in the cutscene, because in the cutscene, we just say, oh, go reveal the node in the map. And this thing is responsible via this thing for knowing how to do that and how long that should take. Yeah, we could do anything. We could open the pause menu and show off something inside of that. We could do anything. In fact, what's great is that this stuff is not special stuff. These are just functions wrapped up in a tiny wrapper class. These are just like me defining functions that the world graph, one of them is like open the graph, open the map, and then like move to a location, reveal a node, stamp an icon, move back to the starting location, close the map. those could be anything. They don't have to have anything to do with the map. That's the beauty of it. It's just like a little nugget of like some functionality that's going to happen that has a start and an end point. This is Unity. Do you have a more hands-on course? We were just talking today about a potential Udemy course, and I was saying this is why there is none. There's no Udemy course because one, it's very time consuming. And two, it doesn't really create exposure for the content because it means you have to already know who I am and have the amount of money that it would cost on hand to enjoy the course. And then afterwards, that's much more few people than who would watch a free YouTube video. I would love to make a course, and I think it would be worth it. It would just be like 2 months of my time. I'd have to essentially stop progress on Insignia, spend a month or two building a course. And then I think it would, we might make like 20, 30K or something. If it's like $100 course, that's 20 hours long, and 200 people do it, that's 20K. So that's pretty good conversion. It's just, we'd get the return, no problem. Yes. People love paying for skills. It's one of the more lucrative things you can do as a content creator. I know people who have no online presence and they do Udemy tutorial. They build Udemy courses. And that's how they make their income as like a 4-viewer streamer, and they just do like how to use Unreal Engine. No camera, just their voice over a recording of the tutorial with like a USB mic. People pay for that stuff. So for me, it's just like, could I justify the time spend? I'd love to do it. I love education and I would like to do something structured. It would be something like build your first 2D side-scrolling game or something like that, where maybe it's just the art side and the player controller side, or maybe even terrain. It's like at the end of it, you have like the tools that you need to build your own Celeste or something like that with like a high fidelity character. So it's like player controller, the animations, maybe even the design, the environment art, tile sets, auto mapping, collisions, jumping, that kind of thing. Not necessarily the game design, not the rules or the kinds of things, but I'd get you to a point where you had a project. I think I could do that in 20 hours. Okay, so really, really happy with this. You could just start with 1 or 2 lessons, put it on for sale for your subscribers and viewers, upload one. Yeah, I just have a fear that it would take up it would start eating into the rest of my time. I feel like it would create a responsibility where I would have to be constantly feeding it. And I have very high standards. I had just uploaded a 20-minute YouTube video on like using a tool in Sprite, and I recorded it like 3 times. And it took like 12 hours to make minimum. So like 20 minutes for 12 hours is not that's not a great return on investment in terms of just like time that I spent producing the video. We talked about getting an editor, like a person who could edit it. And I've got a friend who does do video editing, so maybe we could get him. But, anyway. Did you code all the timeline UI and the cursor, or is there Unity methods for that? When you created the timeline window editor, did you code all the timeline UI? No. So Unity, this timeline is a Unity component. Okay. Unity does things like this is a Unity track, Unity clip, Unity everything. But each of these things here, each of the tracks themselves are variants that I created. So I created, this is called a dialogue track. The dialogue track is custom, but it builds on top of the existing framework. So I didn't like design the buttons and stuff. What I designed is like this little, like this thing, how this looks with the little in and out curve. Yeah, like it's modified, but it's not from scratch. I did the nice in and out lines, didn't I? Or did somebody else do them? Did Elzak do them? I don't remember that. It's been so long. Revisionist history. Sorry about that. You did that, didn't you? It happened in like an hour, one day, a year and a half ago. I'm sorry if I can't remember if I solved it or if you solved it, but I appreciate it. Thank you. I would have totally, in my mind, I made that. Armin is the name of the protagonist, yeah. Okay. So let's start doing. I'm ready. I'm pretty much ready to start making the content again. Hey, Chartle, we did it. We did it, Reddit. Check it out. Ready? See this? This reveals the point of interest on the map. I can put this anywhere. Let's say like this. Press play. Done. And that lives on this thing. This thing, I didn't show you guys. Sorry. Watch. This thing kicks off a process and it doesn't resume the timeline until after it's finished. Isn't that great? All right, so back to putting this back where it was. And then actually this needs to be not wait for timeline end. It is very useful. All right, so there was a little wrinkle that I needed to solve on this reveal point of interest. So this is not a schedule state. It's a behavior that is a wrapper for a schedule state. And this is in charge of, wait, set from queue is a method of the abstract state class. A queue, all states have queues. Wait. All states have queues? So why do I have a thing called queue state? Oh, you need to, it's because it's abstract. But then, this queue state, it doesn't have like a special queue. It's just got a constructor. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. So the default state is like called queue state. Why don't I call it something else? I suppose it's fine as it is. But they're all states are queue states. And then in that case, why don't I just, I think the queue, we're going to fix this one day. One day, this is going to be something that we have to fix. For now, I'm okay with it. But we've got like an extra wrinkle that doesn't need to be there. So back to the schedule clip behavior. Oh man, seeing one, when I have tabs open in any editor, whether it's Chrome or anything like that, if I have multiple of them open and I close all others, seeing one tab makes my whole brain go, like the stack of memory on my brain, all the VRAM gets cleared. All the RAM just like suddenly all the threads get disposed of and my brain can return. Like I don't have to remember what was on all the other things. Ah, okay. All right. So, this thing, I'm not sure why timeline clip.end, right now it pauses immediately, which is a bit awkward because it probably shouldn't be pausing at all until the end of it. I mean, that's the whole point. There is no pause moment. So why does timeline clip.end give us 0 seconds? Is timeline clip a struct? What? How do you make this? Oh, it's a class. So if it's a class and it's maybe, well, if it's instantiated, it's a reference type. So like, why does clip.end equal like the very beginning? That can't make sense. Like, that's a bit weird. That should not be shown in the inspector, but look, I can see the start. If I drag this around, yeah, I mean, it's a reference type. Duration is 0.34. If I expand it, I mean, yeah, I mean, it looks pretty good to me. Since 2017. 2016, if you want to count from the day I started the Unity project. Yeah. So why is the duration? Yeah, it's been a long time. It's 4 seconds. So if the duration is 4, Oh, then I need to add the start of this to... Wait, no, the end is 2 seconds. So when I set duration, why does that pause it? I'm not sure how that's working. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm not on Unity 6. I'm on 2022.3. So I was updating. And then I got to a point where I was pretty comfortable with, like, after 2022, I think is there a 2023? How far back does it go? There is a 2023. So I didn't really use 2023. I sort of got all the way up to 2022. And then this is like the LTS for a long time. And Unity 6 is different because it's got a different license. So for me, I'm not sure yet that I want to cross this threshold. I crossed this threshold. I started the project on Unity 5 and then I went all the way. I upgraded all the way to 2022, but I haven't crossed this threshold because there's a major licensing difference with the runtime that I'm not sure yet what I want to do. And there's no features in it yet that I crave. There's nothing like major. There are still differences in the license though. It's not the same as this. Like this and back has a different license to this and forward. They didn't just reverse them all back to where they were originally. They just changed the new license to be less annoying. But it's still categorically different. Because the runtime fees are yeah. That's not right. Maybe they did change it. They removed the runtime fee. I still don't know if there's an actual difference. I remember knowing at one point that there was a difference. Let's ask GPT, shall we? Oh, was it seat based? There was something. Oh, okay. Wow. So I could update. Oh, it's always online. That might be it. Yeah, interesting. Seat-based is like you have to pay more the more developers are on your team. Like the more seats in the studio. I trust GPT. That was pretty definitive. That seemed to include everything that we talked about just now. It had some knowledge of in terms of like the rolling back the changes and the current differences. I'm sure there are differences still, maybe, but I was mostly concerned about there being a runtime fee. I guess not anymore. Okay, so I still don't know what this is. Well, I might update then. Oh, were there also differences in how the pipeline works? The graphics pipeline for Universal pipeline? That might break some shaders that we've got. Yeah. Advice for polishing games. Render features. Right, okay. Probably also shaders though. We've updated how the Uber shader works, right? Or maybe we don't have that anymore. I can't remember. To have transparent render textures in the post-processing? Did we not do that? We patched the 2D render pipeline. Yeah. Yeah. So those, but that was a shader change, right? We patched the shader. The internal shader. I wonder if that's already supports transparency in Unity 6. Right, okay. All right, let's do some work. Let's keep going. What am I doing? I am making sure that this, I don't know why it's pausing. It's not really what I wanted. It's behaving how I wanted it to, but it's pausing dead on the moment rather than after. So on the dialogue clip behavior, this does this. See how the clip goes all the way to the end and then stops? All the way to the end, stops. All the way to the end, stops. Pause. Oh, it's because the time scale is setting to 0. And this timeline is running on the it's not running on unscaled time. So if I was to take the playable director and put it on unscaled game time, it probably will work now. Hey, okay. Understandable. That's totally fine. So it's important for me to understand that this is a black box and that this could do anything, including pause the time scale. So that's not a bug. It's just the way that it is. You can tell that it's working correctly because of the way it is. All right, so this is... It's specifically not supposed to be long or short. It's specifically supposed to be interpreted as an undefined span of time. That's the goal. As far as the time, because these are the same. I strictly speaking don't want it to get longer or shorter because I don't know how long it's supposed to be, and I'm not supposed to know how long it's supposed to be. That's why it pauses the timeline. It's treated as an instant, but for the player, it's as much time as it needs. So this is the, let's go to our thing here. This is for Armin enters timeline. This, discard that. Good, good, good. Now that's perfect, exactly how I had it. Save it, push this. Adds first, working version of schedule clip for timeline. Hooray! So, coming back to our schedule clip behavior, now the question is, what we don't have is a global schedule. So we're kind of treating these mono behaviors as their own little CD players. But that kind of breaks the principle of this being nested. Ultimately, what we would want is for this tree to include every possible thing that the game could have in it, and for the tree to be able to resolve natively all of the things. So a timeline that's our little icon for timeline. Our timeline asset would be a thing that could be treated as a schedulable thing. Also, these nodes that we're talking about, these scripts, right? These could also be considered. Whoop. These could be considered schedulable. Anything in the game should be schedulable, and any schedule should be nestable. So just now, what I did was support this. So I could put these on one of this, which is great, but I don't have the timeline itself being well, the timeline is subject to the sequence player. So this sits on top of sequence player. And I have a legacy system for a sequence queue that's statically accessible in the whole game. That sequence queue, instead of it being something that lives on a special singleton called sequence queue, that should live on a special singleton called game queue. And game queue should be a tree of sequenceable things that are happening at runtime, thrown onto the end of the thing. So we're about to replace the old system with the new system. That way, when a sequence player ends, the game doesn't just go back to default state, or I should say, it can allow other things to be interleaved between the sequence players. Right? If we wanted, we could take that little moment that was in the middle of our timeline, lift it out and put it in front of the timeline, and that would still hopefully behave identically. That would be the ace perfect version of this system, is that I can just pull stuff out and rearrange it as I like as the director of the game without thinking about whether or not it's going to break things because of how it was defined or in what context it was built. And I can chop things up into their own moments, their own schedulables, and just rearrange them and not worry. This all started, the real like reason why I have this is because I spent all this time, right, building cutscenes for when the player like interacts with the, like, see this whole thing here? This is like, okay, the ensign comes out of the sky and like explodes, and these 4 things, you know, wheel around the player, and then, oh, 4, like 16 symbols wheel around the player, and then they disappear in a flash of light, and I've got all this stuff, and there's dialogue, and there's motion, and some of that stuff is gone with the revisions, but some of it's useful. So I want to be able to draw a circle around the stuff that I need and just go yoink and take it with me. That's the whole point of this whole process. And you kind of can copy and paste tracks like this, but it's a bit awkward and the timing's very specific and blah, 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 blah. Like inside of this cutscene, especially at the very end, at the final unlock sequence, this one is heinous. This one's horrible because it shows a menu. It triggers a bunch of stuff in the menu and then waits around a whole bunch and then like closes the menu, and then there's some dialogue. All of this stuff here, all of this could be one little node like the one that we added before that just says display unlocked ensigns in menu. That's it. And then we could just have like, it's literally one node and then Armin saying a couple things, you know, or one node for the unlock and then one node for triggering this little thing here, this set of parameters, light flashing, the ensign exhausting, the crucible exhausting itself, so all the light casts out. Like each of those things I just described should be their own thing. And in fact, I do this thing where I've actually written, see this annotation track? You can look at it if you hover over it. Show 3 ensigns in staggered fashion. When I designed this cutscene, I designed it as 3 beats, right? Show 3 staggered ensigns, close the menu, make the forge die down, return to dormancy, and then Armin says this thing, which is somewhere. Armin says, and then he says, I need to hurry back to get to the Athenium. Those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things could have been the only things in this entire sequence. Like, it's just 5 little things. Because as the director, those are the storyboard beats, right? When you're making a movie, when they make films, I don't know if everybody knows this, but they make them like this, right? They just draw these little thumbnails for everything that's going to happen. And those thumbnails basically tell the story. It's just like a bunch of plot beats, you know, shots. Or, So being able to describe it like this is really important. That's what these pink things are. And then being able to say, oh, actually, maybe this should be up at the start of this thing. Maybe this should come in the middle. Maybe actually it's better if he says this later. Or maybe if this happens back here. Being able to just like swivel around that stuff, that lets you have control as a person who's trying to tell a story. And that's what I'm trying. That's why I built this thing, is to have creative control in the editing room without all of this junk. Okie dokie. So, our schedule clip behavior is schedule state behavior. No, reveal POI is the example that I wanted. Yeah, right now it's just a thing. I think it has to be a mono behavior. The question is, do we... How do we talk to it? So when I make a schedule track and I add a schedule clip and I pass the schedule mono behavior in there, the clip behavior, when we're processing the frame, says, okay, here's the mono for the reveal point of interest. Give us your state. We just expect that we can call state from it. And then we check it's on exit. And we also kind of expect that enter can just be called like this. I suppose that's okay. I suppose that's fine. So the thing that I really wanted to do is this. Yeah, that's really important to me. So back to engine, back to sequence Q. This has to go. Sequence Q has to die. Now, should this queue be on the game system layer or the game engine layer? Game system means we can do it inside of menus. Game engine means that it has to be inside of scenes with the player controller, like not the title menu, for example. I think we can do it here. All right. So for now, this is here, but it's not going to be here forever. So we could define this. We could be mega recursive about this and make it its own state. But we need to support adding things to it. I don't think that's relevant. I think we just the insertion question is one that I haven't got an answer for. I think that's too complicated right now. Hey, Dutch Propaganda. Thank you so much. All right. How do I want this to work? This is a queue. It's pretty similar. It's so close. It is a state machine. Let's think about it like that. How does this work? I think it could just be its own queue state. The only thing is that this one exits if the count is at 0. I could just do a little public I like that these are all self-contained. I think we just treat it like we copy and paste it here. With an empty constructor. Except here, we never do this. It just never ends. Did we really use the is ready? I don't think we need it. I don't think we need the is ready anymore. Got a bit complicated there, didn't it, yesterday? Cool. All right. So now on our global schedule, we just say, not even on enter. Public, Hello.
Do you have a charger for Surface?
Yeah, it's in my laptop bag. Should be like right there. Is it there? Just here. The laptop bag? The grey one with the red stripes. Cool. So the queue state, how does it know when to enqueue the next one? Wait, what? How does it know to enqueue the next one? Is that just part of state? Am I that smart? Whoa! Shit. Okay. That's some wild. When does this get called? When we set a state, inherently, we add a listener, respond to end, and inherently, we check to see if there's another thing in the queue. So literally, all we need to do is enqueue stuff. But there is something else here where it's like, we need to know if we're currently running something, because they're going to end and we're going to just be sitting here doing nothing. So when we enqueue, oh yeah, that's pretty slick. it nulls itself, and if there are any left, it sets from thing. So if it's null, Wow. It'll just queue it up next straight away. And then when that finishes, it'll just null itself. Whoa. That's it. That's the whole thing. That's it. This is the whole global state manager for the game. There might need to be like a clear, like on load or something. Maybe we need to clear something. Because when this crosses over levels, a lot of stuff is going to get broken if it's in the queue still. But I mean, if I'm just developing the game properly, I shouldn't have that happening. Yeah, okay. This is great. This is insanely small. It's so small. I've never written a 26 line script before for something so important. It's 26 lines and it's 2 classes. What the fuck? All right. This replaces this thing. So public global schedule. Global schedule. And then wherever we use the sequence manager, we're going to replace that with the schedule. But first we need to make the... Now, what is this? Play sequence. Where do you get called? A bunch of ugly places. Okay. And this enqueues a bunch of stuff, but then I guess it has a sequence player on it, doesn't it? I did make that the case. No, this isn't in charge of that. Cool. Okay, well in that case, when we call play sequence, not system sequence player, but sequence manager, you get called a bunch of places. So we'll call it like, I think we can make this statically accessible. So maybe sequence global schedule here. We'll just say public static global schedule is always engine.engine.global schedule. Okay. So back here, we will just say global schedule.instance.enqueue sequence, just like that. But I don't have an enqueue function there. So we can make this better. We can go public static enqueue, just like that. So we can just say that even if we want. But the problem is our event sequence is not a type of state, schedule state. So we aren't ready to do this yet, but we're close. The way that we're going to solve this, oh my gosh, I hate this class. This class is so freaking gargantuan. 600 lines for something that is already broken up into like 4 different subclasses. This is tech debt. Anyway, this is tech deck. Do you guys remember tech decks? You do freaking kick flips with your fingers? Hell yeah, brother. All right. So this needs a public. We could just create the definition here if we want, right at the bottom. Look at this queued sequence. It's a special struct that does who cares what. Instead, we can say public class sequence state schedule.state. And this is essentially that. We don't need to override that. And then we say, don't need to do that. Wait, do I not have an on exit? Wait, no, there's no way. No way. What? I don't believe it. There's no dot invokes anywhere. I don't believe it. I do not believe that a sequence player doesn't have... It doesn't even... There's not even a... It's not even referenced. There's no Unity engine events. Huh? What the hell? What? There's no way. Legacy sequence utils? Does this have a Unity event? No. Timeline features? What? How did I build this thing without events? That's crazy. There's no on start or on finish. Whoa. Unheard of. That's actually insane. Okay. Oh shit. That's actually insane that I didn't have any kind of event on that. Okay, but anyway. I'm staggered. Okay, so now we have this state. So what I want to do is essentially never have to use queued sequences. So essentially just get rid of this altogether. See ya. Hey. And then get rid of this altogether. But let's just leave it on there for now. So when do we use one of these? Yeah, all of this stuff, all of this nonsense of like can play sequence, try and queue sequence. This stuff sucks. There might be a lot of unpicking here. I need to be super, super careful. I'm a bit scared. I'm accidentally stepping into a sandpit of refactors if I'm not careful here. Shit. And it's already past closing time. This could make a bunch of things break and it could fix a bunch of things. But I don't know if I'm brave enough. I mean, I did commit. I'm already a couple branches deep at this point. We're sort of anvil teleporters. We're still on that. We're just very deep in like 3 branches off of that, technically. All right. I'm here for it. I'm ready. I'm brave. So everywhere that we say NQ sequence, it's weird and bad, and we should avoid trying to do it. It's more just that, like, there's nothing that parallel to this that I would be doing. You know? Like, I built this thing. For me to use it, I have to break this thing. There's no way to continue and then do this off the side until I'm happy with it. It's just like, either do it or don't do it. All right. So let's start by moving everything into the same spot. We've got try NQ and we've got NQ. What is try NQ? So this is technically the thing that I care about. This is the part that matters. This is actually just like something else. This is the thing that we care about. And really we can just say global schedule.nq, just like that. Oh, so pretty. So pretty. I love that. I don't even have to manage an instance of the thing that I'm talking about. I just have to like chuck that in there and go, here you go. Whew. There is a question here about like when we do this and then it dequeues. I guess it's the sys6. Try playing next sequence. This is the thing that I don't like. Next.player.begin sequence. You're like, all of this is like weird as fuck. If I'm being honest. Like, what the hell is this? And this happens on update. This is all going to go away. This whole thing is unnecessary now. We just need to make sure that what's happening here. Next player, begin sequence, next sequence. So it's this thing here where at the bottom of this, the enter for this begins the sequence. That's it. That's literally it. Inside of this, we just call begin sequence. That's all we need to do. So elegant. So technically, we should expect right now that our sequence player, because this NQ, I just need to make sure that's never called. So this has 3 different places where it does it. Here, here, and here. So what is this? Engine. So yeah, this goes to here. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, it's so pretty. I'm in love with it. It's so good. It's so good. It's so neat. Like this is it's a class that I'm instantiating and passing in, and it contains all the reference data, and then it manages its own playback, and then it manages its own disposal, and it sends an event when it does so. And it's so pretty. Okay, so then where else? We don't want to see this sequence manager .nq anymore. It has to go away. 2 more places. Here and here. So this becomes Copilot already figured it out. But I wanted to comment that in there just in case. And then one more place here. Gorgeous. Okay. This is like one of the first times I've ever looked at my code and felt how like something special. Most of the time it's like I'm grateful that it works, but this time I'm like, this is I'm like enjoying looking at it. It's like aesthetic. Okay. So then if the game just plays right now, we've made something that I'm going to use in every game I ever make. Like if this works this way, I've essentially solved this thing that I spent like 12, 13 hours on in a way that's like definitive. Like I've solved it. Ah, we didn't plug it in. Did you try turning it off and on it again? Okay. Global schedule goes into... Where are you, buddy? There. Okay, now we're good. Sequence global schedule. It's just there. It's got its mono behavior. We're good to go. Let's try. Oh, just like that. Oh. It's just perfect. It just worked. Ooh, that didn't work though. Why didn't that work? Oh, that works. That did not work. Okay, there are problems here. But I'm going to persist. So now we do a commit on a new branch. So can I go make a new branch and call this global schedule? And then can I push all of this stuff to global schedule, stash and reapply? So now we're on global schedule. First whip version of global schedule being used. Yeah, now we can start doing all that stuff. So what I'm going to do is essentially delete the sequence queue, this thing, just delete the script altogether. Like, see ya. And then also every reference to it. Probably shouldn't have done that. What is prompt sequence? Well, maybe I needed that. Try playing next sequence. Which version app was that? Tower? Huh? This? What are we talking about? Try playing next sequence. This is fork. Yeah, I think I've found something here that's not great. Let's just press ahead. Maybe we'll save it again, but we'll remove every reference to it. I don't understand this. What's really, really important here is actually that like, so all of this stuff should only happen if there's nothing left on the queue. It's really interesting, like top of queue. Yeah, this is all just going to go. If it compiles, then you probably don't need it anymore. Okay, so now I can delete it because there's literally no references to it. Wow, that was actually, you know, all things considered, that was a pretty good, pretty nicely encapsulated thing. Like if I can just delete it, if it had like 6 references in the whole project, that's pretty good. I think one of the issues we're going to find here is that the way that I've set up sequence players to work is that they only work, they're only going to get triggered under very specific conditions. So I think what happened here was I jumped into the collider from the air, and so it's like, oh, well, that worked. I don't know. Like there are specific things that, like that, why didn't that play? I just don't know. I don't know what happened then. So we're gonna have to debug that. And then here, like, oh, that worked. I gotta go over here and talk to him. You won't be adding all the sequences to existing content. I don't know what you mean by that. Well, I don't know what I was depending on. That's the thing. I don't know, like just then in that little thing, when we finished the forge, item craft sequence, finished forge event.invoke. When we set up the item, yeah, so when we exchange the item from the inventory, showcase starts as false, but showcase here is going to be true. So then that, like opening a map when you get to the Athenium quest. Yeah, that I'll choose to do as I like. Like I don't have any plans, but yeah, I mean, I'm definitely going to show in like future cutscenes, I'm going to open the map and do stuff with it. Maybe even existing cutscenes. The whole point is that that can be done now in like 2 seconds. I don't have to like negotiate how I'm going to add it in there. It's just, I just drop it in. So when we add to the inventory, now this thing happens, and then engine has a thing for like add to inventory. We're in queuing this thing. This here, set up item sequence. Does that work? If I'm going to do it. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I'll have to look at it on a case-by-case basis. I might make it so that every time you get a quest, it lights up where you go, for example. I haven't, like, decided... Oh, it set it up. It just didn't play it. It's got 2 on the queue. Ooh, let's see if we can see the queue. Is that visible? It won't. Okay, so hopefully what that lets me do is have a public list up here that I can see so I can debug it. Not very pretty. Public list schedule state, but schedule state must not be serializable. String. Nice. Oh. It queued up and then it didn't do anything with it. So it's just not dequeuing them. So update do, and then the do for this queue, do the queue. The do for this global state, it doesn't have one. Oh, okay. Public override void do. Yeah. So for whatever, oh, because we're enqueuing those states, we're not just playing them. Oh, that's pretty cool, actually. We could just tell them to, oh man. Yeah, okay. So we talk to you. We do that. Talk to you, nothing happens. Let me go. Okay, that fails. Talk to you, get the stuff. Go in here. This doesn't do anything, but it's still on the queue. That's no good. Oh, is that because it doesn't actually come? This is, it might show us what the current state is if we go like this. Wesh moving. Yeah, the reason why it fails is because it doesn't get dequeued off this thing, off the stack. When we set from queue, that should dequeue it. That's the whole point. So to do something, it has to be dequeued. And then the sequence player state, is that adding and removing from the listener? Respond to end. On end dot add listener. Respond to end. This sequence player on end dot remove listener. So it's here. This exit needs to make sure this is being called. If we don't call that exit, we're going to get what's happening right now. In fact, it's probably definitely, it's almost certainly not working. So we get to here, but we didn't get all the way to here. Oh, yeah. Wait, so what are these two things then? Hang on a second. Whoa. You can't just do that. A very minor bug is the only thing stopping this, it seems. Oh, wow. Okay. Which means that this respond to end is giving us bad data. Literally this. All right, let's try that. Oh my gosh, we did it. So good. Nailed it. And now we just can play the game as normal. These two aren't talking. Ooh, that's a lot of states. What the heck? That looks really good. Yeah, I've got it queued up. I can see here. So this now just needs to pop off the bottom. So what it was doing, so what was happening was this on end dot invoke, when we end a sequence, all right, we're like finishing up with something. And in doing that, we're like queuing up this sequence player the cutscene player. So say it could be like a character with some dialogue. They might have some other dialogue that plays after you talk to them, if you talk to them again. That's what all this handles. But in this process, the reference to current sequence might change. So I just stored ending sequence as the current sequence and just passed that at the end. That's all. So this happened to be when I checked that guard, he was passing in, like this sequence player was passing in his next line of dialogue, not the one that we just played. So when we were listening back over here saying like, should we finish up everything that we're doing? It was like, no, we shouldn't finish it up because we're actually being sent bad data. But now we just have to essentially prove that that's not happening. And it might actually still be happening. Right now we're all good. We're all good. We're all good. This needs to stay as -- whenever we're, not doing something. That's no good. So a bunch of these characters are trying to say stuff and they're being added to a stack, but they're not popping off the stack. It's just the way that I think my NPCs are set up. There'll be a few things like this in the game that will probably just break. Because they're set up in a way that was not causing problems before, but will cause problems now. So this sequence player has grandfather, granddaughter. It's set to trigger on collision and allow retriggering. So this queuing, I need to make a distinction here between sequences that will play. Let's first push this. This will always try to push to that global schedule, but actually anything that's got allow player control inside of it, that's not part of the global schedule anyway. So when we try and queue sequence, this part here, this shouldn't do this. So basically like this is permission to play, and that's one thing. There's another one called like is schedulable. And it's really whether the current sequence dot allow player control. Otherwise, like, we could just do it. Like, why are we waiting? It doesn't need to go onto the stack. I must have handled that in the old sequence manager. I think I was showing it to the queue and then the queue was saying, I don't need to be queued, just go play. Whereas now everything's being queued. Nope. That's no good. Did we get that right? Permission to play. Should schedule. If it doesn't allow player control, we should schedule it. So when else are we enqueuing this sequence? It's actually insane that there are 7 places this gets called. That is heinous. Yeah. Just do it, bro. I guess the distinction between begin and enqueue probably doesn't matter here. Well, this is where the try enqueue comes from. So maybe we just rename that. Maybe this should be called something like in fact, let's remove enqueue sequence altogether. Boom, get out of here. And now we just say schedule sequence. So bad. Some of this stuff's so bad. Okay. Hey, DevSpios, welcome. Thank you so much. Okay, is this working? Good. Is this working? Great. Is this working? Amazing. So far, so good. Cutscenes? Oh, no cutscene because we've already done that. Talk to you. Oh, this is some good stuff. Can I talk to you? Yep. Awesome. Talk to you. Oh man, I just cleaned up so much stuff that I was so afraid of. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Holy shit. I've spent, like, for those of you just coming in off of the stream, off of Spios' stream, I spent the last, like, I can't explain how long, maybe 16 hours of streaming, trying to build a system that would help me schedule sequence players back to back and like tutorials and stuff so that I can basically make it all seamless. Figuring out what data structure to use, how to describe it, like how to make sure that everything doesn't run into each other and like all that stuff. And it's working perfectly right now. I can't even believe it. As far as you all know, I'm an amazing programmer and it takes me no time to do anything. You guys should just watch DevSpios' stream and then come in like when I'm about to leave and then just see all the fruits of my labor. Just see all my hard work paying off. Nobody will know. Oh, that is just like the level of like stress relief that I have to solve this on Friday afternoon. This is going to save me so much mental energy. Knowing that I can trust this thing, that it's very simple and that it works. That is really, 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 really nice. So now this can just go away. See ya. Bye-bye, old code. This thing. I think I could just remove this. Yeah, I feel great about this. Great. All right, that's it. I gotta go. Monday we can start actually building stuff again. Holy crap. All right. Replaces. Phases out. Completes phasing out of sequence player, sequence queue. On engine, everything on global schedule now. Oh. So that's it. I just push that. I don't even need to do it. I just merge it in. I guess I have to play a full playthrough of the game to make sure that it will work before I merge it. I should be conscious of that. But in the meantime, so far so good. All right, pals, I'm gonna go. Wow. Wow, what a stream. This is probably one of the best streams I've had in a long time in terms of like value for time. Like being able to just get what I was trying to get done. After like days of like looking at, wow, this guy's building Lichess. That's awesome. After days of looking at Figma and going, what does it need to be? That's crazy. Thanks everybody. I had a lot of fun. If you like what I do here, check out my game. You can wishlist it on Steam right now. I also have a streaming channel that I am streaming this on right now, called Indie Tales Live. If you're not big fans of Twitch, which you're here on Twitch most of the time, but if you're not, you can go to YouTube and type in Indie Tales Live and subscribe there. That's it. Also got a new video on YouTube as of this week. You can go check that out. That is the stream. Thank you, everybody. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time,